cares of everybody. So give me a few minutes and sub to shout out to Soren. Okay, let's get this thing going. Yeah, boy. Over here. Miami. Who is that? Impulse Girl.
Not a chance. An astral art? That's what I do. Where you go? You have your uses. I'll show you how useful I can be.
Yeah.
I call upon thee. I've been doing really great lately.
My word, this must be the work of Providence.
What now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Hey, Hoodle! Here's evil! Lightning thrust! Raging storm! Freeze lantern! Are those rocks?
The flashing parts are weak.
Looks like it could be worth something.
I like him forward. Like.
Ignite! Roaching Fury!
Denied!
Your height is thick as armor.
Still! Start up!
Where are you going? No armor can stop me!
Commander of
Phoenix
now! Here I come!
These fists have got your name on them!
Start up!
Do it!
First strike! We're in good form!
Man,
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out. I'll smash you!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Radiant! Here!
Burn in hell!
energy.
Say no more!
Well.
Did you see?
Sure did. The part where you swung and missed, right?
Not that part!
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most definitely. Though I will.
That's just cool talk. Hey there, Major. I don't know talk for this boy. No, it's not for you. Oh, Mr. Coke. Oh no.
Won't make any
No,
promises.
that's not well.
Which
Hell
one
yeah,
is
we're
it?
well. We're doing upgrade, baby. When you load the upgrades on you. That didn't the upgrades on you.
An opponent like this should be easy. Not today!
Come and get it!
This ends
It's not.
Consider yourself with your flames and my technique.
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's a very true statement. I want to do that.
It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny. Especially you, Law. No pushing anyone, not even as a joke.
I'm not a little kid!
There you go.
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Not necessarily. Both of them contain...
Thank you.
Earth astral energy. Luckily...
Okay, this is technically what I need to do, but you know, that's not the way I want to do right now. The way I want to do is open. I want to explore area about the whole map. The whole damn. I said that heal, I got and all that, but do it. The first thing for still do this.
I never miss.
Anything you know.
Hear my call. Do it.
Look sharp!
Let's go.
Lightning
Let's go.
That training's paying off! Got fired!
I got you. Marksman hand.
All yours!
This is it. It's a foul. Yeah. Yeah. He ain't touched.
All aboard the victory train!
Overconfidence can bite you in the butt.
No choice. Here I come.
This one's mine.
I can carve through armor!
I'm not done. Orochi's fury.
All fitting ready and ready!
Get a word.
This ends
It's now.
Consider
It's
yourself
finished.
finished. Not a chance. I'm on Azure Storm.
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky.
Oh, it's up. Oh, Joe. Yeah, that's what I want. More stuff, more materials, more everything. I want more everything, more material. Oh, it's all good. Oh, you probably want to come fight me for.
Out of our way!
Now you see what I can do! Eat this!
Orochi's fury.
Not on my watch!
Right.
Hold on to your art. Here I come!
Eagle, do it!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Oh,
Shot.
Well done!
Watch this. I'm not done.
Finish without a trace!
Azure Storm.
Dragon
Be
Tail!
still.
May a thousand nails carry you to shreds!
Crush.
But it ain't done! I'm doing it!
Not a chance. Take this. Azure Storm. Orochi's fury.
Raging storm!
Flaming crop.
Get it!
So let's go!
Eat dirt.
One more!
Now I'm real mad!
One more! Ice prison! Razor cyclone!
Wow, that was a nice move there.
I know, right? Bet you couldn't do it.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over.
Stop memorizing my move!
oh. The dynamic between Laura and Aspen always good. Oh yeah. Now let's head back this way. Now I want to done this. And I have to touch in you.
Phew, what a rush.
Yeah, I know. It's always was. And always some enemies ass beating on.
Little help! Let me help!
I can carve through armor! Ready?
This one's mine!
Oh, everyone do.
Armor won't save you! Denied!
Now!
This is it. This is what we're all.
Not a chance.
Lunar corruption!
Lunar Rondo. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me! See what happened there as you
I'll leave it
crossed
to you.
Shouldn't have done that.
Orochi's fury. Thor, no escape. Burn.
Let's see. Boom. Boom.
Right, next one!
I'm not
Already on it! I'll crush
Oh,
you!
two.
Lightning
We fought
reflex!
two.
Tenebrae
We fought four.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
What's up? What was?
No backing down! Here I come! Armor won't save you!
Orochi's fury.
Confiscated!
Orochi's fury.
This is in the sky is mine! Everyone won't do it!
Your arts are
This ends now!
Yeah.
Consider yourself finished.
Ah, fuck.
Now or never. Dazzle! Stardust! I'll tear you apart!
Do it!
Yeah.
In an instant!
It's an involved all. Yeah. Yeah,
Onward and upward.
it was. Oh, wasn't it? Was. Oh, yeah. More! It's more enemies!
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Where are you going?
It's over!
Oh my god.
Healing circle!
Here we go.
None shall escape my judgment. Don't mind if I do.
Now you see what I can do.
Purge malevolence!
Not today!
I wish I could blow like you, Law.
You wish to learn my secrets, young mountain?
Yes, Master. Please, teach me the art of defense.
It's weakened!
You want Grandmaster?
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Nate was fun. I'll be back, guys. Okay, alright, so I'm back now. I just went to take a doggy up beside the mama. Awesome. You do this, huh? Trying to access this. Okay. That's point of question then. I actually didn't access. There ain't more on that side. Volume. Look me around. Oh, okay. So it's just a drop down. Okay. That's good to know. It was just a drop down. I know I just fully out. A boss fight. Yeah, let's do this, let's do this. Let's save. And we got one out more SP, so like. That's right. Ah! It's hideous, man.
What the hell is that thing?
That because it's on their ass feet.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go!
Half fight. Can we fight now, sir? Thank you. Oh, that.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes,
No.
everyone.
I might as well hit this.
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask?
Am I?
Of course I'm scared.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogle?
Take care of them while keeping an eye on it.
Alright, come on, these fights.
Freeze laser! Where are you going?
Prepare to be seen. I'm on it. Let's tear up the pieces. Now I'm in the groove. Now you see what I can do.
Annihilation!
I hope this thing is medically approved.
Wow.
Solo dance. Damn it. I'm just getting started. It's finished.
Let's do it! Lightning orb! What would I do without corruption? Magic is there!
Azure Storm.
Do it!
Commander. Phoenix Cyclone. These fists have got your name on them! Start up the flame inside me! Good! To be hungry! Now you're talking!
Blah, blah, blah.
Now I'm in the groove!
Where are you going?
Take this! No escape! Start up!
Magic
Your win!
Vanquish Dark Weakened!
This ends! I'll crush you! Lightning
We
reflex!
fight this.
10 of
Yeah. Oh.
Eat this! Powered hurricane! Azure Storm! Tear!
Now shall escape! Astral energy!
Say no more.
More. Ah, you're fucking bastard.
Here. One more.
We'll just have to keep fighting.
All good things.
This one's mine.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
This one's mine. Gotta hold it together. It's do or die. Thanks for the healing. Do it. Watch yourself. Astral energy.
Say no more. Got
Here. Well done.
I'm on it. Tear you apart.
Sleep now.
What's this?
I never
all mine.
fit. Get out of there with
No
that.
escape.
Here goes. Now.
All good.
I'm pretty sure I thought.
Here, let me help.
I can't know.
What a relief.
Put your hands back in here.
Reinforcements incoming. Not a problem.
I'll finish you here and now. Eagle fly.
Healing circle.
Ignite.
Crumble.
Don't mind if I do.
Take this. Strike. Try harder. My turn.
Motor corruption.
Strike and carve through.
Where are you going? Primed and ready. Here's a healing arc. First aid.
Take this. No escape.
Here goes.
No escape.
This one's mine.
Mirage. No escape.
Sealed.
Ocean Fury.
Amazing.
You'll pay for that. Take this.
Healing circle. Got it.
So much for getting this fight
Now
out.
I'm up here.
Nope, that'd be silly. Friggin' does it.
They're all coming after me.
I'm coming, Redwell.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Oh, now I'm real mad.
It's on. You picked the wrong fight.
This ends
Yeah.
now.
Consider yourself
Clean
finished.
it.
You are in deception.
As soon as I'm done here, I'll come help out.
How could a girl ever say
As
no?
impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was included.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Sion actually look frustrated. Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
It's about to strike.
Look sharp, everyone!
Damn.
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever.
I'm not here.
Just please stay safe.
Are you kidding me?
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it. That's enough! Go back down!
Ooh. And that was ridiculous.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
I think the unrelenting blade. I feel like I'm but first yo, I think he's fucking so strong. Defeat all light that most fundamentals. I'm afraid now. Yeah, that's it. Fire and then on you. Well, also, no, I don't. Oh, that's it. What forbidden that thing? Crossbow woman. Yeah, it got to me. Not yet.
The astral energy is surging around me.
How do you even know about all that astrally stuff?
There's something doing, Tiger. Simple behold, one wonderful life behind the stores. You tell
Same
me.
way I know what you do in the middle of the night.
What? Are you serious?
You dummy. Yeah, dummy. Yeah. I think I know what that's to. Maybe. What's it? It is. It's a door. No, it's not. No. Oh, it's fine.
Hey, is that it over there?
Oh, that's it. Hell yeah. Oh shit. I don't work on the end.
Did we really just spend that much money?
Oh, what?
Alvin?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present.
Just awesome. That Valanchus, man.
I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alvin.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
Yeah. I just have fun finding that song. This one. Ah, now there's a fireplace.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. But
Damn.
how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave. We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
Dang, it's time. It's time, man.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns. Xion?
Huh? Yeah.
Damn. What's this thing order? He didn't have something to smile.
Where? Xion?
Well, see. Everybody have this binder. No.
Where'd Xion go? How could she just go off on her own?
Well, now teleportation. There's one way from them. Don't you dare.
Xion. Xion! It's your thorns? But why?
The main power.
You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
I haven't.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Wow. Thank you for some. It's hot. It's a hot sauce. Yeah. Oh. You can't.
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time. The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of Oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
The power of friendship and love. That's it. And
Yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first. But ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis. When the wedge fell.
Damn.
Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
they will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's too much. It's way too much. When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die. But I don't want to. Not now that I have this.
Yeah, what fucking...
I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Alvin?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. Fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Hell yeah.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
Me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys.
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, It seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
Yeah, that powerful love.
You guys. You're all so stubborn.
They may be someone, but they're true friends. That's it. True friends stick to the feelings.
Everyone. For right now. And a little while longer. I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
This time. No, but Bill was the star site though. No. I want to just was.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
I'm gonna wait other side once all pieces have been assembled.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Nine side almost.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Damn. Love, baby. That's love. Yep. Time for love.
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Definitely. Definitely.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
I know.
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah. Good. Oh god, that's just not interesting. Okay, that's not interesting just yet. Let's go. I'll talk to Miss Olsen. What's up? Oh, wait a minute. No, there's
Hey,
Barbara.
you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadime, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then, I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now.
Definitely awesome.
So
well,
I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water.
hell yeah.
I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Hell yeah. We all love you. But it's
Thank
one
you.
thing of nature, plus you love Shion.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
I don't mean saying the bomb was too broken that can't be fixed. Have we returned to the party? Yeah, we're at the party, but the question is, are we stuck here or we've done it? Where's our template again?
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Question. Oh, okay, so I 10. Oh boy, that's good. Almost like that thing, self-crush. Anyway, yeah. Wow. Oh shit, one button. Oh shit, went too fast. Went too fast. I said, oh, one too slow. Yeah, it's like love standing. I mean, it's level 46.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
I am. Wait. There it goes. Bye bye. I'll invite you to hyperspeed.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Oh,
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
No, that's not for you. That's not for you. I can't tell what. What is it?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that'd mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now. And those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Yeah, definitely. One thing, one silver song. Oh, that's everything, you know. YouTube love voice. What are you talking about?
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
You don't like using Renan technology. I like old man trouble.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life. For as long as I can remember. They called it treatment. But in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something.
Yeah.
Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched, helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by Oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live, but why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Oh yeah. Definitely can.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though. You too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Oh yeah,
Totally.
definitely.
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Well, I want that up there. Mainly this. Not go down there. Oh yeah, I was just double checking. I'll take this. No. Double check, make sure it's simple. There's no inbox and no. Yeah, there ain't like no inboxes. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Trying to draw the meat or so. Something one more. I don't. Okay. Our hands. I got also something.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelagian.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
We'll find them. Right. The same as you, I think. I love it. Here. We're online test now. Question is, can I go back?
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know. hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
Very life has returned to you, boy.
Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
They're children. They're levels
So
too.
how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you
Right,
exactly.
know
They're not
yet.
as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Oh. Something like that. Hit me. It went back down. I don't know. Use bathroom. forward. Oh no. That's the thing. Let's see. Oh, this is just hit off. So, line to. Oh, I had to teleport again. Boom. If I'm like him. Oh, there ain't nothing. Right now from. Nothing over here. Nothing there. I tested that. I'm gonna do it. Take them down. That'd be fun. Yeah. What the heck happened? Yeah, we don't like kids, baby.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
Yeah, trans. Just haven't seen it yet.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two.
Yeah. Oh God.
The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Yes. Yes, you all. At the time
What could
being.
be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
Never done. We got plenty of time. God.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Is Atlantis done for? The residents is fall apart. Yeah, I'm here. I just went out for a walk, but now I don't know where I am. I don't know. Everything fell apart and looked completely different. I can't get a hold of my mother and father either. You have nothing to protest. I'm sure there is a for everything that's going on. But even these two are out running loose. That seems simple. Triggers are nothing more than our covered. They may have gotten out, but I'm sure I have them back under control before long. If you tell to assure yourself to be 5 winners, then be brave. Well, have a distance race before you know it. What would these teens solving when you need? Can't he see the city is in trouble? Let's not hop to tourism now. I'm sure there's a reason he hasn't appeared yet. Let's simple David Tom. Yeah. I also yeah. It's on my ear. Never have I seen such potential hearing or thank you so much for taking the time to help a old lady like me. Yeah, by the way.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Try not to climb that. I want to say, if it's just It's the test I take the, you know. I'm gonna whoop your ass, man.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
I'm on at that point, the contest on that horse. So as soon as someone stopped listening to our tomorrow and as soon as we torn out of their boat for the rising. Nothing like has ever happened before. We have put the contest on hold. We can't carry it on while things are like this. Yeah, we can. What the hell? Oh, someone performing heroin art. That's what it's like. Okay.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least.
Oh, yeah.
I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
We're heading at Tumble Terrace, the western coast. There's a lot of angels, so Southeast dropping on people like they are also falling down. Let me out. Oh no, let me out. Oh, good.
Oh dear me, what an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that two sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganeth Heros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Damn.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Oh, it's funny. Oh, shit. Oh, man, that was funny. Oh, yeah, that's so funny. Even though I've seen it with Fundy. Anyone here would play someone and answer me. What's going on? Why can't we reach anyone? Bye. I found Fundy though. I still find this way. Let's go. Off to the next location. I need more SP, man.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, their sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
You want no whisper of support? Why are you prevailing for someone? I am his as the attendant. You perhaps know him better as Lord Baltimore. I know a lot of people consider him to be a giant fortune. Believe me, I realize he can be a boost man. What people don't realize how much he brought out for the members of his house. It is fair to say how Tina doesn't enjoy much esteem. Those of us who saw it will be forced to admit that.
Yes!
But his attitude always stood up against any who were mean to harm us. Of that we can be sure. His effort of any contest ain't only for his family, but to improve the standard of each and every member of his house.
Yes!
I owe such much his excellency, I could never join or serve any other lord.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Oh, Dominic, you have returned. Oh, I see you brought A with you. You remember who I am, my lord? Surely, you must, yes. Not only I support the local, but more especially his lordship personally. So much so I've been trying to send my application of his lordship to anyone who will listen. In fact, I was trying to publish my editorial on the subject for his very timid for all to read and enjoy. But since the lines appear to be cut due to reasons to matter, I have been unable to upload them. I know since you are all here, I've just read them out loud. Amen. This must be most system. A man who is very beautiful. Shows every word, every symbol in divine poetry. He is hailed for the family as a late crown, and his name Lord Dominic. This is his pastor, the also his joint love, the soul of promise on terms of man of his son, cannot fail to compare to his magnificence. So we find and may fit to his proposal, but the moral fault of bringing me to existence. Once he becomes our sovereign, when the summer bloom, a new also an proposal for our great citizens. Until the joyous daytime, I shall forever be praying for history morning, noon, and night. Well, what do you think, my lord? I put my whole heart into hoping to capture your essence. Wait, I forgot to mention the ending about his lordship love for certain things. I must take the sign via the line or down to apply it. Only then will masterpiece be complete.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't. It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Yeah, I was like, no, I didn't say shit. Yeah. Top boy, top. Well, I know. To think any try to tear me away from Hatch forward.
What?
What do you want? Don't tell me you vote for Lord Diamond or work for Lord Azimuth, do you? You don't, well, don't tell me like that to answer your title. I came from the family of that has spread for generations. Indeed, I'm doing all I can to support Lord Delbelt behind these things, so that might embrace privilege. May think him to be a cool man, but instant that hustle mistake. So I won't deny that he speaks what he put when his interest fought in something like no one else. Like his efforts that well then stay conformed to learn this. We should get on the economy of Dana and expand our horizon. That way we can become master of both worlds and overturn our torn measures on Dana's surface. That is why he seeks to become the next sovereign. Tell me, is there a more noble adventure than that? I don't think. It is a pure power of advancement of all kindness. It is what made him a exceptional a mile above all others. So I am able to accomplish him myself. My two sons have been blessed with the honor of showing him on the surface. As their father, it fills me to endless pride.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Yeah, apparently there ain't nothing left. We did to heal.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis's transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way.
Pardon me.
These areas fell under the solitude of Hudson. I must ask you to depart at once. So you don't want to be ignorant of our own farmhouse ruled by excellent lord. If so, I urge you to listen. In fact, I bet you'll listen carefully every dollar. Have you ever noticed in the history of Flanders, only a few women lords have emerged to complete in the crown contest? Many of those few are as survived this might be, but Lord Genesis could doubt of any naysay for their sure might. In fact, it's not only they see on horse for father and provide primary master, she also removed for always spoiled to climb the seat post. So, she is a woman who started at nothing to get what she wanted. Who did for enemies never the start open to sort. Truly, one of them is a woman of talent. No one in went or win a battle exemplifies the fires of our native ministers. Soon the age of joy, women sovereign, women all learn to shall be upon us at least.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Yeah, save my life. I would spend a donor if you have no life when you did melee. I understand we're in Toronto, but I have no such capability as an out measure. Forgive me for not realizing it too. Calm down. You don't need to bow so deep, or I gave it sweat that sugar weak point. I didn't even get to go down to dinner for the campfire, so I'm not sure how to feel about all this spoilers you rip on me. So otherwise I find the dinner with him. There's a little girl, nothing there. I think I'll spoil this area pretty well. We don't play this and it. Yeah, there ain't nothing. I see a line here. What happened? I don't get this person. If they curl anything to announce what they're still over. If like even this was a accident, if so you could that we might haven't heard anything from this solvent yet. Do you hear the voice of me, or are you saying that you don't trust what the solvent is doing? I have you known I was a part of the girl that came down with him to Dana during the previous town contest. He was a brilliant man and such a sort as well. I'm sure he's well aware of the situation and though I have a plan to resolve it. I tell them we must simply wait and trust in his judgment. Judgment, my ass.
Ridiculous.
I love them. Oh, I was playing about forward. Can I help you?
Okay.
I was always as a spoiler Lord Underwear into myself. Well, if not for his son death down on the surface, how likely would say would be. In my eyes, Lord Zevon was true is a true warlord. I don't believe for a second that his peer wasn't in some accident like they say. As for how further when their haters don't get me started, I was endless was not on Daniel, but even his own fellow winners. We may live in a society where to the fatal dough the spoil, but his action does against what we as a people symbol is us. Just some sort of family line is this has an image of his English. I never heard of it until he came along with means it must be among the lowest threads of society. That's such an invincible liable toward suddenly what as us always capable of ascending to the lowest shit is on hold. None of this makes sense. Not to mention all of this of the unheaviest around here lately what is happening to our people.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Heros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you, because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Let's complete. Hell yeah! Give me my Dode. Oh shit. Wow, what's going on, dude? I'm not sure. Out of my years on Atlantis has anything like this ever happened, not even once. There's always been a destroy before anything takes place, not only there was Her husband damaged in trial, but to me, there's something bad happened, then it's possible. For now, all we can do is wait and hope for the best. I'm singing. Oh, it's on here. Oh shit, touch it.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former Lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Yeah. First way. No, I ain't going that way. After any of this happened for years, Atlantis was a bastion of food and sunlight. We did it all though so long. Don't know, man. Don't know. Can't help the deal. Oh yeah, man, there ain't nothing around here. That's all you and no touching. Let me see.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else.
You're just a coward!
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the very.
Dohalim. I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Damn. Well, that's what. Yeah, that's one. That's one. I wanted to serve the school, but no, it didn't want to let me. Yeah, I don't say anything else to him. Okay. I've heard still about playing while there was kids out of Fountain. There's no need to worry about them. They came from a high rank family than ours. That makes their after all stronger than ours. They simply prefer their duty to society as members of the royal elite. I know about it, still that sit right with me. It just brings you out of conscious, man. That's what it means, get out of conscious. You have a heart. Oh yeah. Okay, let's see, dude. Hey, that was a voice about the sentence there. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Nothing do. Nothing this do. Nothing do. This is crazy. How long is this going to keep on? I don't know. Normally we will have others from the top browser and from all these separate processes what they need to do. I doubt that happening. The whole chain of command in the city seems like it's broken down. Nobody knows what happened. That doesn't mean someone somewhere isn't watching over every move. For now, we should see if there's any other higher ranking around here. Maybe they had an idea about what should be done soon. Yeah, but not quite there yet. Nothing here. Oh, can't get one down. And aha. Tofu. I feel pain in the back. Say, how no many people have died? What happened to Sue? Don't tell me they broke out. No, like we better seal them off before they died too far. Not that I just ain't much do when they stay in the distance too. If I had to guess, I said there are a lot of silver runners throughout London, and there's a lot more of them than us too. We're all going to do our best soldiers and stand lies down and down. On this side. Over there. Over there. Don't touch it still. Don't look like this and then heal. And that's it. Hell yeah.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnigan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnigan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnigan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
It is one to believe it is not just Sigil who's out of control. Apparently, a group of almost also have started to rebel too. For all we know, we may be seeing the start of some kind of uprising, don't you think so? That envisions due to a possible plot such as President think they could get away with it. True, if the rebellion dynasty sovereign, you rebellion dynasty the title, run a society. It's hard to say one way or another. Nothing like this has ever happened in the history of Atlantis. We just know too little. Yeah, I should know. Too little.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Did my eyes start leave me or my side have been blessed with Lord Diamond and his service? Is there anything I can help you with, my lord? Let's see, what you have on me? Oh, they. I can buy heavy equipment. Nice. Ooh, damn, the price tag though. Yeah, definitely not. Oh, Lord. Where's the phone? I know I was seeing you too, but damn, what happened? Oh, hell yeah. My offense just became much stronger. I don't have dot. I think for I think for this. Yes, let's see for that. Okay, apparently I don't need that more money.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Doing it, I never expect to be greeted by Lord Donovan and his companions. If there's anything I can do for you all, please, by all means. Yeah, I need it. Ah, so I don't have any precious. Die. Really don't do. Tiny, small, medium, tiny, small, large, defense, small, large, medium, small, tiny, large. That's not large.
Whoa, that came out perfect.
Yeah. It's an honor to serve you, my Lord Julie. Yeah. Nope, I ain't trying to not. Okay.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Nope, they're not gonna let us stay out here where I'm fine.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh, I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menancia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed enough.
If they want to fight, they got one.
Look
No, no. Come on, we got it, Lord.
My turn. It's almost strong. Now split it open. Be my guest. Eagle shot. Take this.
There.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
There's more Zeugles.
I won't forgive you.
Take this.
Ah, we can.
These ones can run rings around. Where are you going? Do it.
Too fast. Look sharp.
Oh.
Lightning
Oh,
not a chance. No further. Sorry,
no.
but this
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Look sharp.
Let's go. Let me tell you, Lord.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Can. Oh my God, it's a giant bitch.
It's on. Here I come. Here I come. Burn it down. Lightning thrust.
Is it the normal creepy crawly versus disgusting
See
enough?
what I can do. Take this. Stardust. Far enough. Savage roll. Here, mark it. Like here.
Annihilation.
Tear you apart.
This one's mine.
Here I come. Ignite. Storm.
Lightning orb. Healing circle.
In a bind.
Alright.
Raven sight is yours to be let free. Burn it up.
Yeah. Write that down.
Lightning thrust.
Raise your wall now. By the power of water.
Shouldn't have messed with me.
That'll bring you down.
Take this. Stay still. Whirlwind snap.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here
Now
to
you
stop.
see what I can do. I'm not done. What's this?
Lightning orb. Right here.
I'll
I
crush
don't see
you.
it.
Lightning
Oh, you reinforces.
Tenebrous.
Oh,
Take this.
Nothing here. Magic.
Time to let it rip. Azure Storm. Ruthless Fury. Sorry, but this fight ends here. Now, Asuna.
yeah.
I've been doing really great lately.
Ah, doggies and window closer.
Out of our way.
Take this. I see what
This one's mine.
Please that gun out of your hand. Bring him down. You picked the wrong fight.
Not in your dreams.
Try harder.
Far enough.
Now you see what I can do. My deal? We're not finished. Take this.
This ends
It's now. It's finished. Get out of here. I know.
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Now you'll learn. Do anything in order. Oh, now I'm real mad. Here I come. Burn.
How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly?
Right on.
I'll smash you. Orochi's fury. Tackle. I'll crush you.
Yep.
Lightning
What do you need for this?
Tenebrous.
Oh, cool.
Eat this.
Hey, here's it. Here's a call.
My turn. You require a hand. Can't get out of this.
Freeze Lancer! Lunar Blast! We do it!
Oh,
Look
oh,
sharp.
sorry. Lightning Cutting Ward.
Any injuries?
Where I came from. So, no, that's not the way I need to go.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Gotta break through. You picked the wrong fight.
Where are you going? I think I'll pass on the handshake. Far enough.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Eat dirt. Eat this. Can't get out of this. I'll smash you. Here I come. Explosion. You're finished. You're mine. I owe you one. Eat this. These fists have got your name on them! Take this!
We'll bring it down.
Here, let me help.
Now, let that down. Let that down.
Not in your dreams.
Take this! It's time!
Raging storm.
Eat this! Take this!
Yes.
I'm not done! I'll
Where's
crush you!
this? Lightning reinforces.
Tenebrous.
Oh, cool.
Here, let me help. Now you see what I can. I'll finish you here right now. Dragon Shell.
Oh.
I never miss.
No.
Now.
Yeah. Here's it now. Here's goodness.
That took more energy than I expected.
It's gonna take me this way. Where it's on one. And man, motherfucker. Oh, that's. Oh, all this fucking speed thing.
No further. Take this.
It's like trying to keep up with a wall.
Can't get out of this. I can carve through. What's this? Azure Storm. Ignite. Azure Storm.
I'll be standing, but it helps.
No, sorry.
Time to let it rip.
Right.
You're mine. Azure Storm. First strike. But this fight ends here.
Yeah.
Now, Asuna.
And the let's just go. Oh.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and
Let's,
shiny mood.
And plow. Oh. It's about to spot again.
I never miss. If you won't bow tonight, then you leave me no choice. Not on my watch.
Can't get out of this.
Phoenix
Not a chance.
Do it.
Look
Oh,
sharp.
Lightning oh, you probably was.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down. Armor won't save you. Here I come. See what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. Fire support.
Nope, that piece. Just that demolished. That's that, man.
Looks like we won.
An opponent like this should be easy. You're mine! I owe you one.
I never miss. Can't let the hatred consume me. The flames will rise.
Be still! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight! Fire support! You're mine! Sorry, but this fight ends here! Now, Asuna! Right! Say no more.
No, he ain't casting no master. It's not. It's finished.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Yeah, that's one put me at 25 tag. Oh. Right. Yeah. I know.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean.
Damn.
How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same.
Damn.
We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
Yep.
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all.
So
that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too, if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you.
Hell yeah.
Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
What? I tell you what happened. It's the damn boss fight, boom. And so I said, there I said, almost, that's done. I'm not sure how this one turn out. Yeah, sitting going, but not, you know.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Oh, guys, sorry, Bob.
What? I've never known Faria to use those noodles like that before.
How about with the stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the secret, then we get some answers.
Not in your dreams. Here's a healing art.
Too much!
No further!
I'll handle it. The wall.
Here we go again!
go.
No.
Not today. Will this help? Deal force. Start up. Armor won't save you. Blah blah blah. I owe you one. Can't get out of this. Now I'm in the groove. Move the rotor. I'm not done. Tectonic spark.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to do it.
All yours, Kisara.
I'll tear you apart. This one's all mine. Swallow dance. Not today. Now I'm real mad.
That move.
Here comes the big one. Magic. Where are you going? Tidal wave. I'll take this. No further. Azure Storm. It's on. Eat dirt. I'll crush
Oh,
you.
Why is it for this? It was full.
I can carve through armor. First aid. May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds. All disasters may
Yeah, man.
security. First aid. A freezing storm. Dance in the wind. Not in your dreams.
Yeah.
The flame inside is yours. Free. Almost there. Or close enough.
No.
I thought you'd never ask. Take this. Hurricane. Take this. Eagle Fly. Stardust. Take this. Far enough. Reload. Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down.
Look sharp.
Look. Turn down one.
Now it's just her.
Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning.
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit.
Yeah.
I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Hell yeah. Find it to be in. That's what I'm saying. Till find it will always be there.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnagan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Nothing else on the research? Let's see, though. I mean, don't have to field, with the avoid accident, and step to where I need to go. Yes, I can. So that tells me what to do. I ain't to it.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
There you go. That's solid.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
You can't find the door album.
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want Oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
You want answers, not those
Let's keep
secrets.
moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Yeah.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
Wait, I was done here all one.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns.
That's
As well as
right.
my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm
Let's go.
determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Let's see.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Why here are there's problem. I don't know, they why here just one place I need to that's on the safe side. I need to go on for stuff to serve.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority. Grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Yep. Well.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They've re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. the significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah. We wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank
you, everyone.
I
think I'll be okay now.
That's for a million. As a solid support, but for this video channel, each one joins 2 level authority and a ID quest. A grand successor is content provided to Sovereign with the supplies mid darkness as well. It is light attended with the winner Emma. During the ceremony is partly responsible for the Atlantis fortune as well as maintaining stabilization over the Sovereign on power. Additionally, the degrees of immunity between it and Sovereign has been observed to possibly impact the level of stabilization in both subjects. Because of the trial of the Sovereign without a name, perhaps exclusive for burn. Furthermore, Neil, the Sovereign, or Neil the Mayor are being informed about the details of the spiritual plan. Invention 1. Maintain stabilization. Main has been doomed the tours of the past Sovereign rampage. Time measure must be transformed. And 2. In the line with the client's adjustment, the current subject will have its main reduction before and be returned to the original household. Slight top 4. These Sovereign acts like a limited control device for the spiritual symbol. Each one joins level 2 authority in the quest. A Daniel subject so as the base of it situation is very ideal soon possible equal authority for every actual element. However, such although is social fail to until within real world conditions. As a result, most subjects die during the subject period and stabilize it. It is not draining for those who survive it. It is unstable, complete with the sovereign power of actual manipulation. Pose a high risk to the sovereign alleges if it's left unchecked. As a stabilizing measure must be put in place for the support maintained with the infusing the sovereign in the spirit channeling ceremony. Therefore, the other method to perform the ceremony has been found. Trial on down subject or authorized continue. And until 2 subjects are successful, supplement adjustment ought to be put on hold while a certain adjustment takes place. Master Sword. Master Sword are the instrument of the power to attain excellency, that beyond to the one of the 6 elements. 5. All these Master Swords, these are the with Earth, Blow, Fire, Rain, and Light, all landed to Rain Lords at the time of the final contest. Only the Dark Master Sword is maintained inside the Forbidden Sun until the Winning Ozma is ready to be reformed. It is a teach top secret. Underneath a Master Sword server level is a portable crystal used for the purpose of actual entertainment and civilization. Inside the force field, actual energy is stored in a domain state. For the duration of the each world complement and the quantizer as masters their atomic type of actual energy. In the event of emergency, each world may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock of actual energy as necessary. However, the asset allowed is determined based on their own individual strength. The sidewall have been disabled in how the actual energy materialize. Be advised that Activate Master Sword may resort with other Master Sword location and post-server and become unstable. Due to successful regeneration of the actual motor, Master Sword will be assumed to be deployed and the Grandtoss will be further hazed. Wow, Space are in internal east for their collective of excellency. When embracing in a biological subject is as connections throughout its body. These connections are used to master excellency generated from a physical activity which is then in from a host body itself. Because this absorbent energy is provided in these fields, the host must be placed within range of a spirit vessel for the energy to be collected. This means that data must be employed to harvest the actual energy for the purpose of the crown contest. Given the difficulty in the proceeding them, it is advised that the spiritual be revived from host bodies and reused upon their deaths. Spiritual also employs a signal to control them special astral arts. Increasing physical load on a host body is tended to pour out enjoy astral energy immensely. Following the song of the ideal workload to impose on a host body without inducing death for maximum astral energy year is still pending. Lords. Each Crown Toss has 5 best qualified members of the winner and population of those to act as Lords failed to serve the next sovereign. During this turn, they are granted 3 levels of authority as well as one of the 5 element realms to observe and correct the Master Sword. They are also assumed the ID class assumed their designated element. The slighting project is based on the actual size of the first one dimensionality prison. Other figures such as AIDS have not bearing whatsoever. Based on this, point those on to become Lord. If possible, itself does not intend to make an individual any stronger. It should be noted, however, the Lord are not the only individual capable of drawing out a Master Sword power. All winners must take part in the selection process, and acceptance of the position is mandatory. It is not allow these doomed subjects to decline. Furthermore, in the event that an alloy is untakeable and can no longer store in their possession, a replacement must be quickly prepared for toxic. Finally, before the second successful taste of the sovereign test subject experiment. Test experiment 10105, given the name forward. Although the subject highly teleported and it has to metal and stabilize along with a strong desire for following orders. As such, this is was supposed to pass even those of the latest successful project. It is still a failure, and it therefore unmotivated for departure. And this is the first successful case of 500 years perhaps mental waste of facility are now mental due to destabilization to the protocol. Subject is being investigated on the assumption that Bantu will proceed and will be dispatched to Dana on these Danas are serving as a lord. One subject. I checked those for yeah, just wasting something with him. What a conflict. We're so mad. A device was on running a whole page that restricted the mental activity. It was deployed for the purpose of passive prisoners. Mental prison is also recognized partially as a means of preventing pain for a stabilized mechanism. However, doing so is not recommended as farmers use for devices there is a certain number of advanced side effects. Due to the loss of food facility including from the potential disaster of languages, additional device will no longer be manufactured. Point right support. After receiving a report of a robust new form of war embedded in Daniel realm, a sergeant was concerned to investigate the mouth and deeps. This system is unique and it admits only the Lord has the supreme authority while restoring both wind and Daniel alike to enjoyment. Past step was a book so as a well-torn Lord and has achieved this without the use of any special power tools or special devices. Well, it has done by zero given this method affected and population to job majority of the situation will continue. And the rest of the current facility a certain material report roots and fear has provided to be key to safe side of rule. One such as looks unmarried debutant to supply to fear and produce something to for even their own personal safety. Though such a state is suited for commanding officer, it remains an effective way to cultivate so very enslaved for manual labor. Social and language who have undergone this treatment will be with the severe classified through as the style. The result will be motivation. And that's that deal. So top of it, language. A large cell also has it towards that primary to solve the element proposal, Dennis also has an enjoyment to transform to winner. This is control accuracy is achieved by pressing the solvent main in the warehouse mode within the center of language. It is a component classified in every personal reside zone around the large concept along with the five layers solving them. This outlayer is dependent upon activity. Unlike the single control while limit function as a silver mechanic. Due to design, depending on the outlayer is exposed to cause damage to the resonant zone. However, because that only takes place during the final stage of the spirit general ceremony, no circuit plans to address the damage is needed. Until that point, when learning to serve as a system base of operations for maintaining and exploring the current context of Dana. 1. Any personnel with level 3 operation or low is put forbidden from the classified zone. Any frontier will be immediately executed. As a massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the spirit channel ceremony, it is stored as a tip of latest convention from which is separated. Upon landing in Dana Road, it extracts two sets of traversal pathway. The said pathway connects to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizon path to elevate the cypher surface of Dana. One entity is linked to the bar of the spirit vessel placed in each round. A fairly harvest deployment of astral energy and mass. The according to the judgment when of relatives, the traditional entrustment takes place in forbidden zone. Rival area relatives outlaw must be deployed prior to launch. Entrance to the process to make matter only maintain personal or despite the manual surface within necessary. No other personnel is required for the functioning. Imprisonment 1. Dana Harvester's 1 was lost on Dana after exploring due to a rampage inhabited by the Sovereign. The 2 land point will remain the same as if the previous model. The exposure of the previous model was alternate the present type was and both earlier tornado to the center of Dana. Oh yeah, I can't take the one forward. I changed for the clear light the stop dude. That was awesome for me. Subscription. Damn, I read all this. Oh.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Elfin. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Elfin.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Elfin escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
By stopping the shit.
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Let's see. No. Nope, I don't want to do that. Okay, let me save you. So I want to make sure I have a word to step out. Yeah, I don't want. And this is my first time playing through this thing in Washington.
This place, We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of Oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Damn. We don't do this Nazi upwards and stuff.
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Yeah.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Grinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Hell yeah.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori.
Oh yeah.
So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Hell yeah. Last. Hell yeah, I think I know how to. Often there for often, bro. Oh. What's up?
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Okay, question is, I'm not going to. Okay, cool. Because I want this actually end it right. I want to say thank you all for coming to this live stream. I see you guys next time for more. I want to sit and grind some more levels and all that. And I will get back to you live streaming this when I feel ready. While I'm hard enough leveling, so until then, may your heart be thine key.